battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, some up, some down, the songs of a battle cry. Battle cry.
Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki, while I desperately try to get more Japanese riflemen ready for a last-minute tournament next week. So, pretty excited. Thanks to you guys watching, thanks to the people joining. So, it should be a good stream. Hey, Sarah, what's going on? Yeah, you're joining me in. I'm getting my, get some of these Japanese riflemen ready. I got a, last-minute invite to a, tournament, next, weekend. So I'm usually not a competitive or tournament kind of player, and I do more conflict 47 than bolt action, but Sounds like a good opportunity. So, it's a 1250 point game. So I need to get a bunch more riflemen ready. On the plus side, riflemen are good for bolt action or conflict 47, so it's kind of a win-win for me. Also, I'm testing some new equipment, so let me know how the visual or audio is if I need to adjust anything. It's kind of a work in progress, so we're... Thank you. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can show you what some of the more finished guys look like. So these are what the finished models kind of look like. Pretty similar. Like I said, the basing and some of the other stuff kind of sets it apart. So going for mass-produced here. Overall, I'm taking 55 veteran riflemen. So I got a lot to build. Hey, Evolution Gaming, what's going on, buddy? Glad you could join tonight. Hey, even better, buddy. Yeah, I may actually be streaming a little bit longer today. Since you have to go to bed, that kind of works out. But usually I do 2 hours. I may do 4 hours because, as you can tell, I need to get these guys built and painted. After I finish these 15, I have another 13 riflemen, plus 3 NCOs with rifles, plus 3 lunge mine, and then I'll be done. So, I'm getting close. I've been building like a madman. Ooh, I've always liked the look of Warcry models. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. Flameseeker? That sounds awesome. Yeah, it's a great idea to wait for the next edition. Not a bad call at all. This tournament will probably be like the last good hurrah for me for 2nd edition. So I'm pretty excited. Thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely out of my league. Pardon the pun. But I don't know who these guys and girls are. You know, they could be super competitive. They could be super awesome. All I know is it was really nice for them to extend the invite out to me. Like I said, I'm not a competitive guy. I'm not really part of that scene, but I'm assuming, you know, even a bad player is better than having no player when it comes to a tournament. So I'm kind of a wild card just walking in. I play for fun. I like to have a lot of fun. As you can tell with my whole Tiki themed aesthetic. There'll be plenty of pictures, and this army is pretty Tiki themed, so I'm pretty excited about that. And we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I'm there to have fun, meet some people who play bolt action, see if I can bring a smile to some faces, crack some jokes, and roll some dice. Probably gonna get the wooden spoon. If so, hey, that's okay. I don't care if I come in last. That just means I give some people a fun game, and that's what I'm aiming for. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. So the funny thing is, this list is I haven't seen anything like the list I'm bringing. It's not a super competitive, you know, win it all call list. It's not a super memey list. I mean, it's kind of memey, but I think it's gonna catch some people off guard. For 1,250 points, I think a lot of people are gonna be bringing their kitty cats. You know, you're gonna see panthers, you're gonna see tigers. Allies will likely be bringing some of their big old Churchills and Fireflies. So I just want to be a fun player. I'm bringing a lot of infantry. Everything's veteran, so my whole force, nothing is static. My mortars are light mortars. I'm bringing no artillery. I have an armored car, a tank, and a truck with a machine gun. Everything is high mobility, all gas, no brakes. So we'll see how that works. I hope to catch some people off guard, but more importantly, I hope that it makes it fun for them. You know, I hope to be that fun wild card and make some friends. What about you, Sarah? You working on any models? You building anything? Or painting anything? Hey, thanks. Yeah, if you really want to know the details, Sarah, it's a so 1,250 points. I'm taking a regular second lieutenant with a senior NCO, and they both have SMGs. I'm taking 3 veteran infantry squads with 15 riflemen, including the NCO. Another veteran squad with 10 riflemen, including the NCO. A veteran light mortar team. A veteran Type 92 tankette. A veteran Type 97 Kaishinto Chiha with a medium AT gun tank. And a veteran light truck with a medium machine gun. And 3 veteran lunch mines. So the officer and the adjutant are probably just going to spend their whole time in the truck just riding around, you know, distracting people. Ooh, love Necrons. Absolutely love Necrons. Nice. I've always had a plan to build like 8 Immortals and run a kill team with it, but you know, it's on my long list of models to get done. And right now my sole hobbying time is built on mass producing these guys. Ah, the simple joys of batch painting. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing to see. Probably like, pardon the pun, but watching paint dry. But if you guys have any questions, about Bolt Action Comic 47, or you just want to chit chat about anything, man, just drop in a comment, let me know. Happy to talk about most things. Appreciate you guys being here. It's nice talking to people while I paint, because I have so much painting to do. So this is nice. Kind of keeps my mind off some of it, as you can probably tell, it's definitely gonna be the Japanese, particularly the lore-wise. I like the idea of them getting their stealth submarines and kind of building their whole navy around stealth submarines and compression technology. I think that's really cool. They can like phase in and out of walls, so it really helps with jungle and urban warfare. But the army that I'm secretly excited for, it's not a full army, but the Turkish. The Turkish could get a pretty cool army for Conflict 47. In the lore, they end up allying with the Germans. So the Turkish were courting the Allies for a while because the Allies wanted them to shut down maritime or shipping access up into Russia. If they can just stop ships at their area, and stop all pipelines like that could cut the flow of oil up to the USSR. And so USSR was pressuring them the other way, to keep their ports open. And so nobody would give them rift tech. So the Germans are like, hey, we'll give you rift tech, So the Turkish and the World of Conflict 47 ended up siding with the Axis. They ended up going with the Germans. Another interesting one is the French are actually in Conflict 47. A lot of people didn't think they were, but the French, the Loyalist French, are actually completely rebuilt and retrained by the U.S. And so when you use French armies in Conflict 47, you use American models. They're just a little bit more highly trained than the standard U.S. Army troops. They're more trained to the standard of U.S. Rangers, and they're French, so it's really kind of cool. It's almost like a high-tech French Foreign Legion. Hey, Marl Denai, what's going on, buddy? What's going on, Knife? Welcome to the chat, brother. You working on anything good? I completely feel that. So continue to work on these guys. I felt that one in my soul. I get it. Continued on what I started yesterday. Yes. Yep, me too. Me too, brother. Me too. I feel it. But I have done a lot of building. So I did some building and painting off stream. I've saved these guys, this batch of 15 for the stream. But after I finish painting these 15, I have 13 more riflemen to build, 3 lunge mine, and 3 rifle NCOs, and that's it. Everything else is done. Hey! What's going on, man? I'm one of the OGs, one of the guys who actually convinced me to start making videos. What's going on, Nathan, brother? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm you know, when I fail, I try and learn from it. So I'm trying to get better and better. New camera, new audio setup. Hopefully the volume's better. Try to get more of a different overlay, you know, focus less on like the full screen video and just kind of more like the chat, just kind of the hanging out, you know. Constantly improving, constantly improving. So to catch you up, Nathan, I got a last minute invite to a bolt action tournament that I wasn't ready for, and it's 1250 points. So I am mass producing Japanese riflemen. So that's where I'm at right now. So these guys are basically not even getting slap chop. These guys are getting like slop chop. Hey Matthew, what's going on, brother? Howdy, howdy. What is going on, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. Still working on some Japanese. I wish I was building some more interesting guys for you, you know? Like I wish I was building some cool tanks, but luckily my tanks are already built, so... my tank's built, my armored car, which is really a tank yet, is built. My mortarman and my officer are already built, so... It's all just riflemen. And the truck's built. The truck was kind of a pain, so the truck's already built. I'm definitely up. I said 1250 points is going to be big, so I'm definitely excited to play, you know, hide and seek with a whole bunch of tigers. We'll see how this works. I'm expecting people to throw like the whole kitchen sink. It's kind of like the last big blowout of 2nd edition before 3rd edition rolls in. So I think people are going to throw out all the units they've always wanted to field, you know? Land mattresses for the British, normal warfers for the Germans. Nice. Well, if you're out there patrolling, Matthew, I hope you stay safe. But hey, brother, dude, I'm glad the notifications are working. That's awesome. Thanks for being subscribed and doing the notifications. That is awesome. I truly do appreciate it. And I'm glad you clicked, brother. That means a lot. Glad you swung in to check. Also, if you were to learn how to paint incorrectly, just, you know, watch the stream. I don't really use a wet palette, not for these guys, not when I'm mass producing them. I just kind of use my my thumbnail. Literally, not even the one for the video, just my actual thumbnail. So yeah, I'm painting this whole side of the face, you know, skin color, then I'll go back and actually pick up the helmet strap later. Same thing, when I make mistakes like that, I just go back, cover it up, not a big deal. So with these guys, I'm batch painting. Right now, I just finished the rifle, so I'm trying to get all the skin down. Once I get the skin down, you know, I'll move on, hit each color, and then I go back, do the basing, and while the basing's drying, I give a final pass and review on each soldier and just neaten up any mistakes I made, which plenty of. But back to your question, Sarah. I mean, the Japanese would be my favorite, of course, but there's so many cool factions. They all get such cool stuff, it's insane. Like the Germans, they don't just get werewolves and or they don't just get the Schreckwolfen, the werewolves, and the Noctijager, they're giant vampires. They also have these snake hybrids they're working on. They've kind of perfected animal-human hybrids. So they've made these like crazy snake humans. It's insane. What else? The Russians first did human testing to make super soldiers with these like daughters of the motherland. So they're like half Captain America, half like human, kind of like Olympic human. So they're not like super mutants, are superheroes, but they're still pretty legit. But then they went full crazy, and they did the Siberian Terrors, which are Siberian convicts freed from the gulag, and they basically pumped antifreeze and vodka through their through their bodies, so they literally can't freeze, so they just roam the frozen wastelands, unable to be frozen, and they're just like a penal legion that cannot freeze. It's hilariously insane. Yeah, I remember your British Necron. So funny you mentioned that, Nathan. One of my buddies who is British, he's thinking about Conflict 47, and what he wants to do is he wants to do oh man, why does the name escape me? Doctor Who fans. God, what are they called? Dialects or trying to think of the name of the robots. From Doctor Who, the Dialects or whatever the Darlocks. I think it's Darlocks. He's doing his themed as Doctor Who Darlocks. So that should be really cool. That's the cool thing about Conflict 47 is you don't have to use, because their models, I'm not gonna lie, bolt action models are pretty affordable. Conflict 47 models are crazy expensive because they're rare. Conflict 47 was originally made by Clockwork Goblin Games. Dialect. Oh, there it is. Yep. Dialect. Okay. Dialects. There we go. I'm sure I just... Dialects. Okay. I think I just lost my British card. So, no Earl Grey tea for me for a week, I guess. But, yeah, Conflict 47 models originally came out by Clockwork Goblin for Warlord Games. And Warlord Games just bought them out, so now they make all the models. So there's a little bit of a gap between when they're going to put out the new plastic kits and the old metal and resin kits. So right now, Conflict 47 models can be expensive when you find them. That is a downside, truly. But you can always make your own Conflict 47 models as long as they're the right scale. Like a great example is when I do my... I appreciate it. Who doesn't like crumpets? When I do my American Firefly jump infantry, I'm actually, because I'm a huge fan, and if you saw my short, I kind of alluded to it, I'm a huge fan of the Rocketeer. He's actually my favorite comic book hero of all time. So when I do my Firefly jump infantry, they're all going to be based off the Rocketeer. So that should be really cool, But if you have any kind of like pulp things that you really like, you can use that to make your Conflict 47 models, if that makes sense. Like if a great example, if you like the Shrek Wolfen, but you don't really like the design that they have, you can use any werewolf model that fits the 28mm scale. So you can grab D&D models or stuff like that. Same thing with the Ursus infantry, the werebears that the Russians have. You can use any kind of giant bear model that you like. No one's really going to complain that much. Great example. I know you guys have probably seen my my Shiobo zombies for the Japanese. I didn't use the models they had. They didn't look bad, but they just looked all right. And for the price deal, I'm like, it's not really worth it for the money. So I bought Mantic King of War zombies. You get a shit ton of them for the box, and to make it Tiki themed, I used the Tiki mask from a Frostgrave Ghost Arpellago native box, and I made 20-something zombies. Easy peasy. And I think they look cool and they're the right scale. No one's complained. So the low availability and the high price of Conflict 47 models, I'm not going to say it's a good thing. I'm not that much of a shill. It's not the point I'm trying to press. But the cool thing is it's going to incentivize people to save money, of course, to make their own models. 3D print, get them off Etsy, use like Reaper miniatures or any kind of D&D things you can find like that. and just kit bash and come up with your own models. It's Conflict 47, so no one's really gonna care. Yes, Warlord Games owns that IP, but they just bought it from Clockwork Goblins, and they're sure as shit not putting out any more models. So hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm pretty sure I sound like every other typical Yank to my British viewers, but the only Doctor Who episode I've ever seen, granted, it was a really good one, and it was really good, but it's the one where it's got the kids with the gas masks. It's like London's being bombed, and the kids have their gas masks, and like, hey, where's my mommy? Are you my mommy? Absolutely creepy as shit. That's why I thought Doctor Who was like a horror show. It's the only Doctor Who episode I've ever seen, and it was really, really good. I'm not sure if that's like a common episode, So for those of you who are interested in Conflict 47, speaking of shows and movies, let me ask you, has anyone here seen the movie Overlord? If you haven't, that's actually a really good kind of alternate World War II history movie to watch to kind of get in the mood to do some Conflict 47. I've actually used a couple bits of it here and there in some videos. Yeah, it's good. When I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's pretty good. It picks up, really right at the start of D-Day, and it's some of the airborne guys that are jumping behind enemy lines, and they have a mission to destroy a communication network. And the more they scout around, the more they find out, and it turns into a weird war style situation. It's got serious like Castle Wolfenstein vibes. I highly recommend it. It's really, really good. One of those easy turn your brain off and just chill and watch kind of movies. Super good. But Sarah, I saw you were interested in the Germans. Yeah, for Conflict 47, it is definitely a good army. They really don't lose anything coming over from bolt action. If anything, they kind of gain some stuff, and you can really build them out however you want. Like I said, they're Their Puma can take the pulse gravity cannon, the shock field projector. So can their Type 4 Panther. So can their their Type 4 Panzer and their Panther can take it. The Panther can take a light rail cannon. Their Tiger can take a heavy rail cannon. And they also have a medium. They have a light mech, the Panzer Spider mech. It either has a I want to say it's a light AT gun with a coaxial autocannon, so it's pretty good for ripping apart heavy infantry or monsters. Or it can take and it has the recce rule, or it can take a closed top, lose the recce rule, but gain a vehicle-borne flamethrower, and that thing is just good for stomping around houses and just burning people out of houses. The medium mech is pretty good. The Allies medium mechs have a lot more variants. But the German one is a pretty good take-all-come style medium mech. Like, it's a very good jack-of-all-trades, master of none. Their Locust mech. And then their heavy mechs are absolutely brutal. The Thor. Their heavy mechs can take the heavy rail cannon and some other weapon types. They're absolutely monsters. So when it comes to walkers, or when it comes to, like, new units, Germans are probably one of the best factions to be, because you have a wide selection. Same thing, they have heavy infantry, they have just specialized infantry, they have zombies, werewolves, vampires, so snake people. They also have jump jet infantry. They have their own falcons. Yeah, Germany really gets everything. It's pretty awesome. Alright, so I keep saying snake people. The proper term, so I couldn't remember off the top of my head, I looked it up. It's the Nachtelben squad, so forgive my terrible German pronunciation. But what it is they took all the effectiveness of the Nachtjäger, the giant winged, like, mutant vampire guys who fly around and just rip people to shreds, and they dialed it back just enough to take away some of their bestial stuff and turn them a little bit more humanoid, so now they can use weapons. So they get a lot of the better benefits of the Nachtjägers as far as being able to see at night, their strength, their resiliency, but now they can also use, Stig 44s and Panzerfaust. So it's pretty legit. But yeah, I do have all 3 books on me, so if you guys have any questions about Conflict 47, if I can't answer it off the top of my head, I'm definitely happy to go look up the answer for you. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned there's actually a super cool short story. If you want, I can read you the short story about a Zeus. If you're interested, Knife, while you're painting, let me know in the chat if you want to hear it. It's a super cool story about it. All right, I got you. Let me find it. I'll read it out. All right, let me get in my my shorts and video narration voice. April 1946, the saga of Zeus 212. The true stories of the events of the 15th of April 1946 are a far cry from the media circus that followed the incident, but are the inspiring nonetheless. It typifies the resolves of German tactical commanders across the theater of operations. Dug in on a rocky hillside, a Panzermech Zeus 212 held a command position over the Rhine. It was on overwatch and watching a U.S. bridging operation try and cross the River Rhine. Supporting a number of snipers and a small engineering platoon, the Panzermech commander, Hauptmann Alfred Speck, waited until the Shermans were on the pontoons before opening fire, first on the rearmost Sherman. His second shot from the heavy rail cannon then destroyed the lead tank, and all that remained was to work along the lines of the stationary tanks. Artillery failed to destroy or dislodge Zeus 212, although it was immobilized and most of the crew wounded. Hours passed as two separate airstrikes further damaged the Zeus. With its turrets locked in place, Speck sent his crew to the rear, and as the U.S. advanced across the now cleared pontoons, he continued to fire, repeatedly destroying 3 more tanks with his heavy rail cannon before he was killed by artillery fire supporting the advancing Shermans. Sorry, I probably should have muted the music for that one. I'm pretty sure the chill ukulele was kind of an antithesis to the to the description of that event. Probably killed the mood. My bad. Glad you liked it though. Yeah, that's in the first book. It's at the end of the lore for the Western Europe theater. They talk about how they keep trying to breach across the they keep trying to breach across the River Rhine, all these failed attempts, and the Germans keep putting out more and more rift tech just in the right time. And one of the times they try and breach across, they had a bunch of Zeuses waiting on the opposite shore, and they just started blasting everything. What's cool is the tactics in that story are real. So ambushing a convoy, you always want to hit, generally you don't hit the rearmost vehicle. I mean, you can, But you hit the rearmost vehicle and then the front vehicle, and then you kind of start working primary targets in between. Because once you do that and you create that kill zone, you just drop the arty in between the two vehicles. Hey, Thanatos, what's going on, brother? Look, new camera. Ooh, trying to get on your cool kid level. Not quite there yet, buddy, but I'm trying. You know, every time you say you have a shovel, it gets me kind of nervous. Because last time I had a shovel, you hit me in the back of the head with it. Killed me. Yeah, right now. So that was actually my crutch. I like to leave it blurry and out of focus so you can't tell how shitty the models are. So now you can. So now I gotta make sure I don't mess up as much. Yeah, so can you believe it? That was after all that shit I gave for like how many podcasts about the competitive scene, this and that. And now I'm headed to a tournament, like me of all people. The hilarity and the irony is not lost on me. But I'm gonna try and bring my super casual narrative ways to the campaign, so we'll see how tournament. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm not wearing a jersey. That I can tell you. I'm super excited for the narrative of just playing these games and just coming up with like a story in the back of my head. So I'll do like after action reports for each battle. You know, win or lose, likely lose. But I'm also just gonna come up with not hilarious, but a kind of cool creative narrative for it as well. You know, like why my Japanese are fighting whatever army this is. You know, in the desert. So that should be a lot of fun. A lot of fuel for videos is what I'm excited about. It's like creative raw material. So that's something I think most wargamers can agree upon. And it's not just unique to Bolt Action or Conflict 47, but I think a lot of times some of the coolest narrative and cinematic things happen just randomly on the tabletop while you're playing a game. Like, you couldn't even stage it or write it better. You know, the dice will generally help you tell a super cool story. So, I'm excited for that. Hey, thanks for coming in and chatting, Sarah. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for the good luck. That really does mean a lot. Thank you for that, and I'm glad you stayed. Always look forward to seeing you in the chats because I know you're interested in Conflict 47. So hopefully I can just keep dropping lore bombs on you and getting you interested in answering any questions you got. So take it easy, and I hope you have a great day. Yes, that sounds awesome, Matthew. That's what I'm talking about. That sounds really, really cool, man. If you do write that short story, I would love to read it. I'd be happy to read it, also, then make a video for you if that's something you're interested in, or if you want to keep it to yourself. I totally get that. I'm not trying to steal your IP, but oh, brother, I would love to read that if you write it. That sounds absolutely awesome. It reminds me of I want to say like Marvel Agents of Shield and Agent Carter. There's like a quick little scene. You think it's gonna be an awesome episode, but it's like a 5-second scene of them like chasing Hydra into like the Africa Corps and then boxing up a whole bunch of cool resources. In some oasis town somewhere. You're like, oh, how'd they get there? What happened? And then never talks about it again. I was like, damn it, that's so interesting. It's like, why is it only like a 5-second video? Yeah, I've learned the hard way. The French have beat my ass a couple times. They can hold their own at bolt action. And they're super cool in Conflict 47. Like I said, they just basically play as reskinned Americans. They generally take a lot more elite units. Like a lot of heavy... It's like almost... it's kind of like Bretonians in Conflict 47. So they take a lot of heavy infantry. See people kind of paint them all like their own individual knight colors while they're wearing the heavy armor. It is super cool. So one of the other things I'm working on to take a little break from painting these guys around and just to keep my mind sane. So I'm working on the event that I want to throw next year for Bolt Action / Conflict 47. So I've showed a few people, but I got the map finalized. I picked a very well-known island that most people will recognize, and it's kind of cool. I've broken it down into 8 different locations. So there's 4 actual battle zones, or 4 tabletops, you know, that I plan to do. I plan to do 4 6x4 tables. The event's gonna be pretty small. It's really the tournament's only gonna be like 8 people, so it'll be pretty small. But there's like a beach landing map, there's an airfield, there's jungle ruins, and there's a town. And then there's 4 smaller locations that are like kind of key points, like well-known places on the island. One is a lighthouse. One is, I'm trying to think off the top of my head which one they are. One's a bridge. One's like a grand hotel. And then one is like an old castle / church up in the hills. So the way I plan on doing it is, you know, like the first game is going to be a 500 point with night rules, or night fighting rules. 500 point battle, and it'll be for like one of those 4 key locations. It's in the map you'll end up on. And then for the second day, for your 2,000 point battles, you know, it's going to be on 2 of those 4 bigger maps: the beach landing, the city, the airfield, or the jungle ruins. So that should be pretty cool. I'm pretty excited. That's why I'm excited about this tournament. I'm excited to steal all the ideas I can and figure stuff out so my tournament can run more smoothly. So that's a good question, Matthew. That's what I'm trying to kind of weigh pro and con for. So what I ultimately want to do, even though it's not necessarily a Conflict 47 tournament, it'll still be Bolt Action, because I think that's what's going to be like the hotness this time next year with the new 3rd edition. But I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to break it into the 3 teams. The teams won't be fairly banned, because it's 8 people, 3 teams, you know. But I think I'm going to break it to Allied, Axis, and USSR based on the factions that belong to each. And if someone shows up with a weird faction, you know, like the Polish or whomever, I'll let them kind of pick like kind of who they want to side with. And the reason why I say that is whoever wins their 500 point, you know, night fighting incursion match will get a small bonus depending on their faction. So right now I'm trying to weigh out what that is. I'm thinking for the Soviets, they may get an additional for each victory they get for their 500 point match, they get an additional conscript platoon, you know. Allies, I may give them like a free, you know, an airstrike for each victory they have. And for the Axis, I may give them like an artillery barrage or something like that, you know. Still trying to feel it out, kind of see how I feel. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of narrative games stuff like that, and like especially that early matchup, that early 500 point matchup. I definitely want them to get some kind of benefit from winning that, you know. like a tactical advantage. Because I said it's not a traditional everything is fair like chess style tournament. It's more of like a narrative kind of meetup, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna try and bring enough like generic like tank-sized hulks and runes and stuff like that. So like after a battle on one board, you know, in time for the next one, I'll try and figure out where their tanks are and put down like burnt out tanks there. You know, if they knock out a building, I'll try and take that building out and stuff like that for the next match, kind of thing. So like I said, yeah, it's kind of like lasting battle damage. Yeah, it'll be nothing crazy. It'll just be like kind of like small stuff. Like I said, if there's like some small rivers and bridges, and like someone in the first game knocks out a bridge, or a tank gets knocked out on a bridge, that bridge will be blocked for the second game. You know, but everyone will get that first 1,000-point game on a fresh map. You know, so no one's really getting screwed over. You know, the second one they're gonna show up and be like, oh, who the hell blew up the bridge? We're like, all right, well, I guess we'll have to make do without it. You know, or they're like, hey, there's a huge open sightline down the city because someone took out like the bank. You know, like, all right, well, I guess we got to maneuver around it. But yeah, for that first 500-point match, there'll be rules. You know, it's like 500 points. Nothing that has overall armor of better than 7+. That way people can't like sneak in. You know, like a panther. You know, in like one or two troop choices. You know, literally just be like everyone's just kind of sitting in like a recon team. And then from there, when we get to the 1,000 points, that's when we'll lift all that kind of stuff. And I'm excited to see what 3rd edition brings, because you know someone may want to bring an armored platoon, you know, for that 1,000-point match. So you may be on the airfield going up against like 4 or 5, you know, Chihas. You're like, oh well, shit. Should be kind of fun. So I'm trying not to peek at some of the leaks. You know, there's nothing wrong with looking at the leaks. I don't want that to come across. I have no issue with people who are looking at the leaks. I mean, Warlord Games is dropping it. You know, it's legit. You know, and I get the whole point of drip feed in business. I think we've had the discussion before. But I'm trying not to look. You know, I want to be like the kid on Christmas morning, popping open that fresh book. I did the same thing with the old world books. You know, I purposely didn't look at any of the stuff dropping and just cracked open the books as soon as I got them. But from what I've seen, when I've already peeked, even though I'm not supposed to after that whole, you know, long spiel, was I'm noticing kind of getting like Company a Hero vibes, you know, about you could take like different platoons, like, you know, there's armor, there's infantry, there's recon, there's airborne, there's this and that, which is cool. Super cool. So what I'm hoping is, if this holds true what I want to see, everyone keeps talking about what they want to see in 3rd edition, you know? I mean, I like to see the Japanese not get, you know, beaten like a piñata with a Nerf stick. But other than that, I would love to see some good 2v2 games. You know, that's what I want to see. I want to see a mixture of these platoons. You know, I want to see one person bring an armor platoon and one person bring an infantry platoon to support them. You know, or an infantry platoon with a supporting engineering platoon. You know, like that was super cool to see to me. That's what I want to see. I want to see combined arms, basically. Those are some of the best games I had back in Warhammer 40k in 7th edition when I ran guard. Because I had my Imperial Navy with all my flyers, and I had a buddy who was all mechanized. He had tanks and chimeras. And we had another buddy who was just all infantry. And so we'd always try and get together as much as we could to do big apocalypse games. We'd play like orc players and stuff like that. You know, points matches were wild. I mean, we'd be easily outnumbered, but we wouldn't care. Because we got to actually operate with combined arms. You know, we had the one guy with the mechanized, you know, trying to punch a hole in the orc lines and do a spearhead followed up by a whole bunch of infantry. Meanwhile, my flyers were doing the best they could to try and take out some of the rear stuff and drop troops on objectives. Like, that is just a lot of fun to see. It's a super good question. So, in Conflict 47, I can double check the books, but as far as the units, all I really see for flyers are taking either the air observers and calling in your airstrikes, or you do have jump jet infantry. The Allies have their versions. They have the Firefly for the Americans and the Parachute for the Italianos. And then the Axis have their Falcon and other Falcon derivatives for all the other groups. And there actually are some jump mechs. I want to say the Marine Corps actually have a jump medium mech that the Army uses as well, which is super cool. And I think they just developed a jump light mech too, which is really awesome. And it has like a flamethrower and stuff. So other than that, other than like jump mechs and jump infantry, there's not too much air stuff. But in the lore, and I'm talking about the lore, yeah, there is a lot more jet aircraft. You know, the 262, the ME-262, the Swallow is super common now. The Japanese have their Kika, you know, same thing. So there is that going on. Hey, Sam, I am the motorcycle man. What's going on, brother? Glad you could join the stream. Yeah, sorry, I know your laptop's in use, man. That's the tough life of a professional editor, you know. Sorry you have such a cool gig and the skills, you know, so your laptop's in use. But I do appreciate watching the stream, Thanatos. That makes me happy. What are you working on, Sam? I am you painting models or building models or anything? Nice, yeah. Luckily, I completed my first 2 valves for Trooping the Colors. I had to put a POSX on my my 3rd valve, which was my Cult of Imhotep, my infantry, my 2nd lieutenant, her adjutant, the mummies, which are zombies, and the Panther X. I had to put a pause on that because I got invited to attend an event next weekend. And it's a lot of points. And I had some models, but not a lot of bolt action legal models. You know, a lot of them were Conflict 47. So I had to bust out the old plastic kit to start building riflemen. I'm taking a lot of riflemen to this event. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm, you know, slop chopping these guys as quickly as I can, throwing paint on them, getting them based. Because again, it is next weekend. It is on the 17th. So I am kit bashing and building these clowns as fast as I can. Fortunately, I put my Trooping the Colors valves on pause. Not sure what I'm going to do after I finish my 3rd Val. Matter of fact, I think it was old Mr. Thanatos himself working on his Tyranid to drop the idea of Imperial Japanese flavored Gene Stealer cultists. And I'm like, damn. As soon as I get out, they drag me back in. So that's another cool idea to kind of work on. So I know there's some cool models on Etsy's and some really cool conversions. And I have a lot of Japanese bits. So I'm like, the more I think about it, the cooler the idea sounds, and I'm like, damn him. Damn that man, that's such a good idea. So since I know, you know, probably probably half this chat is Imperial Guard players, you know, from Mordian's channel, which I appreciate y'all being here, by the way. Maybe you guys can answer me off the top of your head. The whole Brood Brother rule, how's that working for 10th edition? Is it still a pretty viable thing? And our Death Corps Riders of Krieg, is that still a thing for 10th edition? Are they pretty good? Can I take them with the Gene Stealer cult? If you're taking the time, Sam, I'm sure they probably look awesome, man. It's one of those things where when you really care how they look, they're probably gonna look awesome. You're probably the toughest critic, that I can say. No one will probably be a tougher critic than you. Yeah, right? Imagine, yeah, katana wielding GSC. Like, imagine GSC with a lot of, like, Oni masks and stuff like that, you know? It kind of writes itself. It's pretty cool. That was all Thanatos' idea, too. He just wrote that one line. He's like, what about IJA-themed GSC? And I was like, oh, you bastard. What a great, glorious idea. Oh, you know I'm all about the casual then, buddy. Yeah, if it's not competitive, that's okay. If it's fun casual, that's what I'm talking about. Especially if I can take Death Corps of Death Riders of Krieg. If I can take them as part of the Blue Brothers, as far as like the guard side of that half, then yeah, I'm thinking like katana wielding, you know, lunge mine on motorcycle style models. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. So I know your laptop's currently in use because you're rendering 4K, but did you get to play any Arkham the other day, Thanatos? Nice, yeah. And if you like the Arkham games, like if you particularly like that game style, I'm not sure if it's just the IP, but if you never played the Mad Max game, it came out when a lot of other good games did, so it kind of just like rode underneath the radar. Not a lot of people talked about it, but the actual Mad Max game is kind of a prequel to Fury Road. So I guess it goes the new Furiosa movie, the Mad Max game, and then Mad Max Fury Road. It plays a lot like a Batman game. It's a lot of fun. That combat system is very Assassin's Creed, very Arkham Batman feel to it. Super cool. Yeah, that's just one of those games though that didn't get a lot of attention just because when it released. Like I know a lot of people probably know because I talk about it a lot. One of the games I thought that had a really good single player campaign, a really good story was Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It had an interesting layout where you can kind of pick your missions, you can pick your layout for you go on the mission as you walk throughout the ship. You know, when you first get it, the ship's all damaged and beat up, and as you get better and better, you know, you walk through a ship, you can start seeing it be repaired, the crew acts differently to you. It was kind of like more like a militaristic version of Mass Effect, but you're not basically like the greatest thing in the universe. You know, you're just another military commander in the universe. It was kind of a cool feel. Yeah, it really did. The Arkham series really did open the door to a lot of other games. Yeah, I was just about to mention Space Marine 2. Matthew, you beat me to it. Like I said, I'm so glad Space Marine 1 did so well. What I loved about the game, and I'm not a huge Space Marine guy, I mean, I love the Guard like many other people, so it's cool seeing the Guard in that. But the scale is what I loved about that game. That's one of the reasons why I played the game over and over. It wasn't so much for the combat was good. The story and the gameplay was good. Don't get me wrong, it was all great. But the scale of Space Marine was just so damn good. You know, watching that huge cannon in the background, watching the cranes, looking at all the factories and the hubs. Oh, God, it is so good. And my favorite level, of course. Favorite level, I'd love to see y'all's favorite level in the chat, so feel free to drop in the chat for the first Space Marine. Mine, of course, was, you know, Space Vietnam. You know, being the door gunner on that Valkyrie and having to shoot all those Storm Boys. You know, from Jack and your ride and Jack and the other Valkyries, that was probably one of the cooler gameplay elements. Yes, it was a turret section like every other game has, but damn was it fun. Obviously, I'm biased, though. I love my Valks and Vendettas and Vultures. Vultures, rest in peace, you legend bastard. Yeah, see, that's the price you pay for being social. That's why I don't use social media very much. That I'm not a very social person, surprisingly. I mean, I kind of am, I guess, but I literally just use Twitter for posting about my YouTube channel, and me personally, at least in my area, I found out the best place to find bolt action and Conflict 47 players is surprisingly Facebook. I've had more success on Facebook than any other social media platform finding bolt action groups. Oh man, what a great introduction. Yeah, I said that I'm definitely got to. I think the first time I made, a bunch of different chapters. I made Death Watch Kill Team. I tried to put like silver on their arm and silver on their shoulder for PvP. That was fun. But I think for Space Marine 2, I'm definitely gonna make a Red Corsair for PvP if I can. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I think we're talking the same person. I want to say Mortal Wounds was dropping that. It's like I heard it's gonna be Game of the Year. I was like, shit, it's not even out yet. Like, no shade on the game. I'm sure it's gonna be a great game, but it's let's let it come out. A lot of people said, rightly so, Baldur's Gate 3 was gonna be Game of the Year, and it is, because it's a great damn game. But let it drop. But it probably will be. Dan says, I think you and Mortal Wounds are right. It probably is gonna be Game of the Year, and I think we're all excited for it. Alright, we're down to our last rifleman for this batch doing the skin color. After the skin color, I'm probably going to go back and double check all their leather gear, get any boots that I missed. And after that, I'm going to go back with black. So black is going to be for some of the special boots that Japanese infantry have. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's almost like a, it's like a, almost like a ninja boot. It's divided into like two toes. I think it's called like a tabby or like a Jika tabby. So I'm definitely gonna paint those black. So I've done the other ones. So those come in black, versus the regular boots will be leather brown. And then as far as black would be like the pig iron on the rifles. And yeah, I think from then I'll probably move on to the basing. Start basing these bad boys. And while those dry, I'll kind of touch up all the small stuff like the flasks and some of the web gear and some of the other things I messed up. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Everyone always talks about, like, what's the new Crisis? Like, can your laptop play Crisis? Can your laptop play Star Citizen? You're right. The new one may be like, hey, can your laptop handle Space Marine 2? What I'm curious about is if they're gonna do, if Amazon or somebody else is gonna do an ad of Henry Cavill playing Space Marine 2. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna play the game anyways, so it just seems like easy marketing, like a win-win. They weren't. Funny you mentioned that. Um, so the rumor was like it kind of helped them maybe maneuver around a little bit better. They said like it was a quieter shoe, so I guess better for sneaking. But the big problem was, boot prints are bad enough, but apparently these split-toe boots left insanely easy to follow trails. So Marines and Army in the Pacific, had no problem tracking the fighters who wore these split-toe boots. Yeah, I think they're called Jika tabbies, or just tabby. Yeah, so like I said, I enjoy World War II Japanese knowledge. I'm not the most knowledgeable person on Japanese culture or pronunciations, but something that's kind of interesting. I thought it was funny anyways, but I have a weird sense of humor. So I decided to name my lunge mine personnel for my army. So I have 3. So I'm calling them, the first one's called Mashi, the second one's called Mashi Mashi, the third one's called Mashi Mashi Mashi. So mashi is hello in Japanese, like usually like when you answer the phone, and it's kind of a tradition, when you get like a call from an unknown number, or when you get a call, you're doing like, hey, moshi moshi, it's like saying hello twice, and you kind of say it. It's kind of like a cultural thing to make sure there's no ghost on the other end of the line, make sure you're not getting like a phone call from like a phone ghost or anything like that, and also in case it's hard to hear. They can hear you say it. It's just a cultural thing. You say it twice, like, oh, you answer the phone like Moshi Moshi. So I think it's hilarious to name my lunge mine guys Moshi, Moshi Moshi, and Moshi Moshi Moshi. So, nothing says hello like ramming a shape charge at the end of a spicy bamboo pole on a tank. It's like, Moshi Moshi, motherfucker, boom! And the panther goes up in flames. So if you can kind of see it on the camera, his little tabby boots. So turn it straight, yeah. Kind of see that split toe. Apparently they were like, you know, they had rubber soles, they had really great tread, but like I said, it's left a really bad footprint, easy to track. So the other thing I'm super excited about for this tournament to kind of show off the test, especially for the bolt action and Conflict 47 players, is my own take on the pin markers. So you know those little fire things they give us, those things, I'm not gonna lie, they suck. I think so anyways. They're annoying. Unless you paint them, they're ridiculously difficult to look at. And I'm already painting enough stuff that comes out of boxes. You know, I don't want to paint those. So what I did for a pin counter is I'm taking one of these, a standard Warhammer 40k, what is this, a 32 millimeter base, nothing fancy, you know, you can see it next to a guy, it's not going to look too much out of place, right? And what I'm taking are, let's see if it's within arm's reach over here, it may or may not be. Alright, so they're not within arm's reach. What I'm taking is some green sponge, like regular kitchen sponge, got it like a hardware store. You know, it's kind of thick. So it'd be like a thick layer of sponge kind of cut and glued on top of this. And so that makes like a nice little thing to put in flags. So they sell these like super small little dessert flags. They're not too expensive. It's like $6 or $7 for 100 flags. And you can get them for any nation, including Japan, the UK, America, you know, whatever you want. And that's how I'm gonna do my pin markers. You can stick in little flags for each pin. So this little thing's gonna follow the unit around. You know, and it'll have a flag for each pin that the unit has. You know, when I lose a pin, just take one of the flags out. It's kind of a cool way, a different way to keep track of the pins. Then of course, because I'm extra, you know, and Tiki themed, there's actually little Tiki drink toothpicks. You know, kind of like umbrellas. And I'm going to cut those down to the same height as the flags. I'm going to stick those in there for my pin markers. It's kind of like a little tiki mask on them. I don't know. I think you just gotta have fun with the hobby. You know, like if there's any moment you're not enjoying it, you know, I think that's when it starts to get to you. And I think that's when we talk about hobby burnout, especially painting and building. I think that's when it really sets in, is when you stop enjoying it. So keeping it fresh, keeping it fun, trying out the weird, wacky idea. Sometimes I think that's what keeps the hobby fresh. Fights off the burnout. So this is probably one of my favorite paints GW does. If you've never used this before, I highly recommend it. I usually don't show for GW that hard or their products, but this one, oh boy, contrast snakebite leather, absolutely love it. This, their Chaos Black spray primer, lead belcher. There's a couple paints I think GW does just really well. Also, I am working with new audio equipment. So how's the volume, guys? It's still pretty low, still pretty decent. You don't have to like turn your devices up too loud or anything like that. I definitely appreciate a volume check when you guys have the time. Be mucho apreciado. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. That's something I'm always nervous about, the audio quality. And I don't want to have to. I don't want to. I'd hate to have someone like have to turn the thing all the way up for like mine, as I'm whispering sweet nothings in their ear, and they go and watch some other video, and it's like, oh, the current drum on so-and-so streamer, and it like blows out their eardrum. Next thing I know, they're walking around like Helen Keller, all because I talk too low in my video. So I appreciate that. Dennis House, thanks. I'm always worried about my audio mixing. And I've worked on my my camera quality too. You know, I'm getting there, slowly but surely. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it. Yeah, I live in fear of the first Giga Chat of the night for his stream. It's like, bump, button up, bump, button. I'll just start screaming as blood pours out of my ears. Yeah, so my new favorite thing, I don't know if you noticed, is I figured out what the shouting or the yelling is. For the YouTube, it's the $3 donation. So anytime I gotta send a super chat or a message, I usually do the $3 donation. Because it's just one massive yell. That's the closest I can get to a bonsai, at least on the YouTube side. I really like the snake bite leather because it goes on pretty well, especially if you already have like a kind of a base coat. And if you want it darker, all you gotta do is just keep doing more and more shades, and it just gives you like, it gives that really good creased leather effect. You know, like a good leather holster you've had for a long time, and it's already like kind of like molded to your firearm. You know, you've like sweated it a little bit. Not trying to get too graphic, but I'm talking like that really, or like that. Another good would be a wallet. You know, the heat of sitting on your wallet all the time with a leather wallet. It's like conformed and it's creased. It's not negative in any way. It's just like aged leather in a good way. No, ironically enough, I don't know if that makes me an otaku or whatever the term is. No, I've never been to Japan. It's definitely on my bucket list. I'm 6'1" and I'm a pretty heavy set guy since I left the service. So I definitely need to PT and eat better. Before I imagine a trip to Japan, I definitely want to lose some more weight. Not necessarily get down to like my fighting weight, but I definitely want to lose weight before I go to Japan. Because I already know Japan's not built for tall people, and I definitely don't think it's built for like tall and fluffy people. So once I lose some weight, I definitely plan for the Mrs. Tiki and I to hit up Japan. Super excited. I've always wanted to. High up on my bucket list, of course, to see the 1-for-1 scale Gundam. That's super high on my list. But yeah, me personally, you're not going to be able to keep me out of those museums. I'm going to be running around everywhere I can, trying to get as many pictures as I can of Japanese war material. Yeah, same here. I have tattoos, not that many. I have a bunch, but as a veteran, I always kind of followed the rule where like they wouldn't show in like a short sleeve uniform. So most of my tattoos are pretty well hidden. But yeah, same thing. So I can't use like an onsen or anything like that. The filthy gaijin that I am with my filthy tattoos. So, but there's a lot of Japan that I want to see. It was an old military rule when I was in that I couldn't show in a short sleeve uniform. I know the tattoo policy in the military shifts like the breeze, so I'm sure it's changed now. But back when I was in with like flintlocks and sabers, that was the rule. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think they've literally repealed the neck and the hand one now. I was visiting a buddy on an installation the other day, and I saw a medic walk by, and she had a tattoo behind her ear on her neck, and I was like, no shame, you know, I'm sure she was a good quality medic. Doesn't bother me any, but I was just like, huh, things have definitely changed. I think you just can't have it on your right hand for like saluting purposes, but other than that, and of course they can't be in bad taste, gang affiliated, that whole schmam. I had one on one of my limbs, and I had to take a picture and get like multiple adults to vote and see if they thought it covered a quarter of my exposed limb. It was weird. It was a weird time. I was like, guys, I've already been in. I'm just swapping branches, you know, like it's not that big of a deal. But spoiler alert, it was a big deal, but I still got approved, obviously. Just a weird time, man. Not too worried about their feet or their boots because I still got a base, and the base is going to be fast and loose. So I'm going to have to go back and touch up their tabby boots or their leather boots anyways. So I'm just trying to get some paint on the models. Trying to just maintain that forward. That's the other thing. So in painting horde armies, batches of 5, 10, 15 help. Another thing that helps is just momentum. Keep that forward progress going. You know, at least every 30 minutes to an hour, take a step back, look at your models, look at the paint you've kind of put on. Even if it's just something as small as, like, you know, finishing the skin. You know, hey, look, everyone has painted hands, forearms, and faces. That's progress, you know? Yes, I messed up. I can go back and fix that, that's fine, but just maintaining that forward progress for working on a horde army is super important so you don't lose steam. I'm sure you have your own method for doing horde armies, Thanatos, you know, with the high fleet in the name, and I know you're about to work on your Tyranids, your first Val, so I'm sure you got your whole thing lined up. So, I'm sure there's a better way of doing Japanese skin tones. Matthew, what I'm using, oh jeez, let's see if this gets me canceled. Oh, hell. It's a good question. It's not your fault, Matthew, it's a great question. We'll just see if it gets me canceled. I doubt it, because, you know, luckily it's a small channel. But, the Japanese, you know, yes, they're on a lot of islands, they probably got tanned. With these being my Tiki guys, I probably should paint them a little bit more tan. But I am literally just doing a watered down version of Bugman's Glow. It's very, very pale, very, very light, and so that's the color I'm going with. you know? It's funny. It's one of the weird things to talk about with miniature painting when you talk about painting the skin tone for models. You know, there's like that classic question where it's like, hey, what color do you use for salamanders? You know, and like some people get upset. It's a super good question, but, you know, a lot of times people are very weird about answering it, you know? You wait, Thanatos. They'll come for me one day. Tiki will get canceled one day. It'll probably be for the World War II footage I used in my lore videos. It's funny. The latest lore video I put out, shameless plug, that covers the Pacific and Far East Asia from 1944 to 1945. I just got told that it's not acceptable for worldwide distribution. And ironically, it's not authorized in Russia. Which is weird. My East Europe one is. My East Asian one is not. So that's funny. I don't know what it is. The only picture in there is a picture of some Soviet Marines, you know, raising the ensign. And I mentioned, you know, alternate history, you know, Russians are trying to work with the Chinese. Maybe that's why, but yeah, that video is not viewable in Russia, which is kind of hilarious. So for my cultist, Imhotep, who happened to be Egyptian, I'm actually using Gilliman flesh. Just about 2 thin coats of Gilliman flesh is a really nice darker skin texture that I really enjoy for my Egyptians. No, Matthew. No, you're perfectly fine, buddy. I was just giving you shit. No, you're totally good, man. You can ask me anything you want. I'm just honest. You know, some people like freak out about paint skin tone. I'm like, this will work, you know? So, which is funny because I was actually watching a stream before I did this one. A buddy of mine, oh man, my memory's terrible. I think, let me look up his name actually. When I feel back, I can't remember the new channel, but I was just watching it. I think it's like Bolts of Steel or Steel Bolts or something like that. Super nice guy, Australian. He's a great painter. Super chill to listen to. It's kind of like listening to Bob Ross, you know? Very, very chill guy. And we were just talking about that. And someone mentioned skin color, and he's like, oh, I have no idea. He's like, that's why I'm sticking to Space Marines. Like, and I'm keeping the helmets on. He's like, so I don't even have to worry about skin tone. I was like, yeah, that's smart. That makes sense. But nah, I'm with Sam. I mean, the paints have names for a reason, you know. I don't think it's demoralizing. It's a miniature model, you know. I don't really think most people don't care. So it's not a big deal at all, Matthew. I just thought it'd be a kind of a funny thing to chit chat about. So, nah, you're good, brother. But no, to answer your question, so yeah, for Asia, for my Japanese, just a watered down Bugman's Glow. And if you want to make it a little bit tan, after that, just do a real thin little thing of Gilliman's flesh. Be real careful with that Gilliman's flesh because it dries dark. like for my bears, for my my Ursa symmetry, for my werebears, I did like 4 or 5 thick coats of that Gilliman flesh, and it gave like a real dark, muscular tan color. It was really good. So yeah, feel free to clip that one, Thanatos. Tiki talked about skin tone. You know, boom, how to get canceled in 2 seconds. Oh shit, that would be phenomenal. I wouldn't even be mad. So do I. If it makes you feel better, if I don't know if you're watching the same stream I have. I just get a little bit on the brush, and it's almost like dry brushing. I just get that tone, and I just dry brush their face. I don't go in. I definitely don't do eyeballs. I may do glasses, you know, but that's all it is. I basically just dry brush flesh tones on the face, and then you know you can change it around here and there if you want. But as long as you dry brush the face real lightly, and then you add hair, and they're wearing a hat, that 3-color difference should be enough to make the face pop from 3 feet away. Remember, these models are like 3 feet models, so. So I got a good question for those of you who are more versed in miniature painting and miniature models than I. 28 millimeter. What is that a reference to? So I think it's 2 things. Is it every 1 meter equals 28 meters on 28 millimeters on the model, or is it from, you know, foot to head is 28 meters, and that corresponds to like the average height of a male, which I'm thinking is like 5.5 or 5'5" or 5'6". I'm always kind of curious, because then you get heroic with like the big head and big hands, and it just kind of all gets away from us. I've always been curious what the actual 28 millimeter is in complete reference to. Ooh, okay, that's new. Eyeline height. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, because I know train and I guess quote unquote they don't call themselves miniature modelers. What is it? Scale. Scale modelers. There we go. I know train and scale modelers like to use, you know, HO scale, O scale, N scale, stuff like that. And I know military models are in like 1 to whatever scale. So you have like, yeah, like you're saying, like knife, you know, like you have 1 to 56, 1 to 48. You know, same thing with Gundams. Gundams generally have that scale too, like 1 to 100. There's the 1 to 1 scale Gundam actually in Japan. But then when it comes to miniature wargaming, it's the Wild West. You know, you have 28mm Heroic by Games Workshop, and they keep changing it for some reason. You know, old Space Marines don't look like new Space Marines. And then you have like true 28mm. Then you have some companies who just want to change proportions just so you have to buy new shit, new terrain. Looking at you, Modifius, I do like your stuff, but 32mm models, really? Like, I understand Flames of War having 15mm models, right? So that way you can, instead of bolt action at the platoon level, you can have, you know, combat at the company level, so you make the miniature smaller. So 15mm miniatures for Flames of War, totally get it. That sounds cool. Awesome. Or epic scale, Warlord. You know, you don't play Napoleonic or American Civil War, you're gonna want a lot of models, so you want smaller models. Epic scale, that's fine, I get it. 15mm, cool. But Modifius, 13mm for Fallout Wasteland Warfare. So unnecessary. I think Malifaux was also 32mm. That was a pain in the ass. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was trying to find an aircraft because one of the maps we talked about for the campaign that I'm doing is an airfield. So I'm trying to find aircraft that'll make the airfield kind of pop a little bit, and it's between 148 or 1 to 56 scale. So I'm like, shit. You know, they're all like 20 or 30 bucks, so it's not like, you know, get one and see what it is, you know. So I'm trying. I think I got 1 in 48 scale coming in, and it's a biplane. So I'll see how it looks on for the models. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, finding the right vehicle scale for the models can definitely be a pain in the ass. Thanks, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And it's a biplane, you know, so I figured of all the planes that could be just a little bit larger, you know, that I think a biplane's okay. You know, at worst, it'll probably look like an AN2 Colt, which for those of you military enthusiasts out there is a super cool aircraft if you don't know about it. Wildly awesome. Still used to this day. Super impressive tactics, because you got to remember radar generally picks up, you know, cross signatures and metallic cross sections. So if you get an AN2 Colt, you know, a big ass biplane that people can jump out of, and you fly it, you know, nap of the earth real low to the ground, you can avoid most radars. You know, it's a common tactic you see internationally for airfield capture is basically flying nap of the earth with the AN2 Colts and landing / crashing them into the deck and then just running out of the aircraft. Sorry, I went on a bit of a military ramble there. My bad. Let me get back to painting these Japanese guys. That is one of the things that I do love about the aesthetics of World War II and like Pulp Fiction and stuff like that. Something I personally love is I love seaplanes and flying boats. That's something I think we're going to see the return of, you know, with things going on in the Pacific right now. But the Japanese always had super, super cool seaplanes and flying boats. So I would love to build some models like that one day, I think, and add to my map. That'd be kind of neat. Yeah, as you guys can tell, I'm being super sloppy and undisciplined. Just going for speed here. I gotta base these things anyway, so I'm not worried about painting over the black that I get on the base. Ooh. Bright red 3D Krieg, nice. Yeah, I have a 3D printer. I don't know if I'm not using the right resin or if it's not the best wood. It's an early model. I really just use it for terrain. You know, I tried printing a file that I got off Hero Forge, and it didn't turn out super well. So I'm just like, eh. I just use it for terrain. So one of the other things I'm thinking about doing for a Conflict 47 army when I do my Americans is not just the Rocketeer theme thing for all my Firefly infantry, but for my Paragon squad, I'm going to do, you know, a bunch of pulp action heroes. Some of the ones I like. So in there is probably going to be like the Phantom, Dick Tracy, the Shadow, you know, I'll probably reach back, Indiana Jones. You know, we're trying to go for like an all pulp hero, kind of like an Avengers, but like a World War II pulp version of Avengers. I think that's what I'm gonna do for my Paragon guys. So, a lot of kit bashing, a lot of 3D printing for that one. Oh my god, a Tiger 2 to Battle Wagon. That is probably one of the coolest things I think I've heard in a long time. When you show that to the morning stream, they're gonna lose their shit when they see that. That is probably one of the coolest. Please tell me you got at least one orc, like wearing like a German peaked cap, you know, or something like that. Oh my god, or like a Commissar's cap or a Commissar's coat or something. Oh my god, Tiger 2 Battle Wagon. That is insanely cool. Well done, sir. Well done. 3 more tabby boots, then we move on to the black parts of the rifles for all 15. Then after that, basing, neatening up, and then hit some of the smaller details. And then basing again, because I like 2 coats of this cheap apple barrel paint for the base. It gives it a nice, you can see right here. Let me show you what a finished thing looks like. So these are the unfinished guys. Let me slide this light mortar team in here. So there's my light mortar team compared to these guys with their khaki bases. And so as you can see, that double coat of the cheap green paint, ironically, it's Christmas green. It's matte. So we do two coats of that, and it dries about that color, which is good. It works for most like jungle boards and stuff like that, you know. So I've had this debate before. I'm pretty sure Thanatos is there. So I've had this debate about basing. I like basing, I do, but I don't like basing too specific, if that makes sense. You know, it's how do I say this? I think a good base for a model, it should match your army, of course. You know, so if you have a snowborn army, if you have a snow base, I get that. But for an army, it's particularly like the Japanese, who fought... Japanese fought in almost every biome. Allegedly, they were in the Aleutian Islands, up in Alaska. Let's see, what else? They were, obviously tropical in the islands, mainland China. They fought, upwards in Mongolia. They fought down in India. They fought in, like, mud, jungle, everything. So, a Japanese base should kind of match most biomes, with the exception of desert. Not a lot of deserts they fought in. Hell, so the Navy even fought down in Madagascar for a little bit. But your base, I think, shouldn't be too specific, because then if you end up like a good example, like these guys with their green base, they end up on a snowboard, they're gonna look ridiculous, you know. So it's tough to find a base that complements your army, but works with most tabletops that you're gonna run into, if that makes sense. I think it is important to base your models, don't get me wrong, but I think neutral bases versus super specific bases work best. Also, cheap, super easy, fast Tiki hack for doing models and miniatures. So for your mortar teams, you can just take the top part off a Q-tip and just kind of stretch it a little bit, you know, to get whatever desired effect you want, and then just super glue that to whatever mortar you have, and it's a real quick, easy way of identifying a mortar unit so you don't lose them, you know? So it works with like medium mortars or mortar teams for Warhammer 40k. Same things with missile launchers if you want on the back of missiles. Yeah, that works, MIM. Yeah, another good thing I hear is a lot of people just do urban bases, you know, because usually most places worth fighting over have a city. I'm like, that's a very good point as well, you know, because rebel looks like rebel, looks like rebel, looks like rebel, all over the world, rebel is rebel. So that's also a good call. That's a tough one, Matthew. It's all kind of about how you want your unit to look. What I would say is for the individual units, just whatever kind of green base and tufts that you like, you know, but where you really kind of show what the terrain is, definitely, is on your crew sword weapon. So when you have those bigger bases, that's when you can put down, like, you know, small fallen trees, you know, or, you know, rocks or something like that. I think it's also, I think we're talking about this yesterday, about your veterans and their woodland fighters. Ponchos are good, or you know, adding little bits of foliage to like their helmets and stuff like that. That might be another good way to signify that they're like forest fighters. And yeah, a lot of axes, a lot of brown and green stuff. But yeah, I think put a lot of like green tufts on the baits. Like here, let me grab some. So little tufts like that, sometimes you can find them for pretty cheap. Flocking is another. I think flocking might be the way to go for you if you're comfortable doing flocking. That might be a really good way for you as well, because it gives you that really good kind of like foresty feel to it. You know, that way it's not just like a plain green. I said I have 55 of these bastards, so I'm just going for like simple and easy. But it's all about how varied you want to do it. But I think you really shine with the biome and the history of your units with the bigger crew serve things. Like these are all individual models, but if I had like the Chud gun, the little 70mm tiny little field gun that the Japanese can take, then I would put that on kind of a cooler base. So for my Warhammer 40k army, they were naval pioneers. So they were like, a good example would be like CB, like 40k version of CBs or Red Horse. So they like do a lot of rapid construction. So for their heavy weapon bases, like their autocannon teams and their missile launchers, I'd actually put them on, like I'd put Czech hedgehogs and barbed wire everywhere. You know, stuff that engineers would build up. I'd always put plenty of tools on their belt, like hammers and bolt cutters and stuff. And I always put them on like urban bases with rural like debris everywhere. And, you know, try to give them that really serious like combat engineer look. But sorry to ramble on. I don't know, maybe that's the point of a stream. But flock, definitely do a couple different test models before you set on one legit basing. Flocking might be good for you. Do an overall green paint, flock it, and then add some tufts as you want. And then for your crew sword weapons, add in some like felled trees and stuff like that. And I think that may, especially if you can get it, if you can find like smaller scale like tree stumps and a felled tree, that would look legit. But yeah, semi-amp brings up a good point. Dry brushing, I think, is what really kind of seals in the look of good basing. You know, especially like highlighting by doing like, you know, the zenithal and stuff like that, you know, the slap chop, but just overall dry brushing on your base. I mean, that's what really makes it pop compared to units. Because it kind of gives the terrain more like hard, sharp edges. That kind of blends in real well with like your models. Makes it pop a little bit. They are certainly coming along. Only got one more pair of tabby boots to finish. It's going to be this little guy. He's got a little bit of a broken rifle, but that's not a big deal. Kind of looks more like the, to get super nerdy about it, there's a really cool rifle. So most of these are all, I like to consider them Type 38s. You know, the Type 99 was a great rifle. That was the Arasaka rifle later on in the war. But the early Type 38s were also really well. It's a different type of ammo. But there's a really cool bolt-action rifle used by the Japanese. It looks very similar to this one that I accidentally broke, but it kind of worked for me. It's called the Type 100. So the Arasaka Type 100 bolt-action rifle is still fired at the 7.7mm Arasaka for a cartridge, but the cool thing was it was used by the, I can't pronounce the actual Japanese term, so we'll just say the Special Naval Landing Force paratroopers. So Japanese airborne were very similar to the Fallschirmjäger, the Germans. So Americans, when America did airborne, they learned from what I read anyways, I could be wrong, they learned a lot from smoke jumpers. There had already been wildland firefighters in America who were jumping out of planes and parachuting, you know, before World War II. The Russians had their whole thing where they kind of just roll off the plane, you know. Technically the first to really use it. The Americans learned from the firefighters that super important, if you try and airdrop your equipment, that shit's gonna get lost. You need to jump with the most basic equipment that you're gonna need, regardless of how heavy or how awkward it is. You need to jump with your tools. So that's why American airborne at the time, from what I read, were jumping with their rifles and with their Thompsons and stuff like that, right? They still had their jump bags and leg bags and some of the heavier weapons of course, were dropped, but most of them jumped with rifles. So the Fallschirmjäger and the Japanese had a different philosophy. Their parachuters just jumped with pistols and sidearms, and they dropped weapon canisters, and when they landed, they had to go recover the weapon canisters. If you're a fan of history, you'll read about the Battle of Crete and how Germans used a shit ton of Fallschirmjägers to try and take that island, and only Fallschirmjägers, and the weapon pods scattered everywhere. So a lot of those German airborne were fighting for their lives with just pistols, and they were fighting an underestimated British garrison and a shit ton of local pissed off islanders. It was an absolute shit show. They won, but it was one of the examples of a Pyrrhic victory. And Hitler decided never to use airborne again, at least as solely airborne, so he just used them on the ground as specialty troops. But getting back to the Japanese, they did that for a while with those drop pods, and they still did it with their machine guns and their knee mortars and other tools. But then they learned, like, okay, yeah, that's a stupid idea, because you gotta remember, airborne for islands is a huge idea, especially capturing airfields. So the Japanese figured out, like, hey, let's jump with our rifles, but you gotta remember the average Japanese paratrooper isn't the same height as the average American paratrooper. And the Japanese rifles, the Type 38s, and the Type 99s, not even the carbine versions for the cavalry, but the regular rifles are fucking huge. So the Japanese figured out, they could make these smaller rifles by making them a takedown version of a rifle. So what it is, it's two halves. There's the buttstock and rear assembly, and there's the barrel and forward assembly. And so when they jump, it's two separate parts of a rifle. When they land, they literally just put the rifle together, twist it in place, and lock it, and they have a bolt-action rifle. So they're super rare, but the Japanese have a Type 100 takedown bolt-action rifle. Super cool, and it kind of looks very similar to this model. It's very, very small. No bayonet lug, not much muzzle sticking out past the barrel. It kind of looks like a miniature British SMLE, as far as the barrel sticking out past the furniture. But it's a takedown, so it literally just unscrews right in half and you can break it down. Perfect for airborne. Oh man, you gotta shoot me the link to that. I want to watch that. Thanatos. First off, I love your cinematic videos. That are amazing. And secondly, I really like the Battle of Crete. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Japanese bolt actions were pretty cool. So one of the interesting things with the Type 99 rifle is a lot of people said it was a little underpowered. I mean, it's still a full rifle cartridge. It's not an intermediate cartridge. So it's still a pretty legit rifle round, but more importantly, it did have a little bit less powder. And while it may sound like a bad thing, and yes it is, the Japanese figured out how to use that to their advantage. So they would put their shooters up in trees. And with the Type 99 Arisaka rifle, there's a lot less of a audible and visual report when the snipers would fire. So it wasn't as good of a standard battlefield bolt-action rifle as a Type 38, but for designated marksmanship or nighttime fighting, the Type 99 was king, because it barely had a much smaller footprint as far as a audible and visual report and muzzle flash. Very little muzzle flash on those. And the snipers also figured out that their light machine guns, which were kind of copied off the Bren, their Type 96 light machine gun, which has a banana mag that goes onto the top. It's very, very heavy, but it turned out it was pretty decent for single shot. And so a lot of Japanese snipers just started using Type 96 light machine guns, with 20 round, 30 round banana mags. And absolutely brutally effective for picking Americans coming off Higgins landing boats. So I could talk about Japanese small arms all day long. My personal favorite, not just the Type 38 rifle, but the super important weapon that went with it. So you gotta remember, a lot of the Japanese weapons were designed in the interwar period, between the 20s and 30s, and they're separate from all the other countries, including the Western European countries. So, everyone always talks about like the American Crag Johnson rifle. It wasn't a bad idea, but you know, then you had the Mauser bolt action, and everyone tried to copy the Mauser because it worked. It was a good design. So you know, other countries' firearms influence other countries. You know, World War One, you know, the French machine gun, the Chateau, and stuff like that, or you saw like you saw things like the Maxim, you saw the Lewis gun. These all influenced automatic weapons carrying on, right? So the Japanese didn't see a lot of this shit, so they had to they came up with what they thought were good ideas, and sometimes they were great ideas, sometimes they were stupid, terrible ideas. One of the ones that was really interesting is they came up with the Type 11 light machine gun. So the Type 11 light machine gun, I don't think I have any models that have it. Actually, I think I have one. Hold on, let me see if I can. All right. So this battle frame, Japanese battle frame, kind of has what looks like a Type 11. So what the first one with the Type 11, you can tell the ridges, it's air cooled, and when they're air cooled, they have the ribbing going on. More importantly, what makes the Type 11 so cool, I actually call it the spooner, is it has a hopper on the side of the actual machine gun, and the way it works is you literally take the 5-shot stripper clips and you feed them horizontally into the hopper, and it can stack. You know, it can stack like 6 of them, right? So that's like 30 rounds for a light machine gun, which is about normal. That's fine. But what's really neat is those 5-round stripper clips are the exact same stripper clips that go in the Type 38 rifles that the riflemen are carrying, and that they carry uniform in their ammo pouches. So the cool idea is if the machine gunner goes down, if he gets killed, a rifleman just has to pick up his machine gun, and he already has the ammo for that machine gun. Not only is it the same caliber, but he doesn't have to worry about the machine gun being belt fed and having to put all the rounds on a belt before the machine gun can be used. It actually feeds from the stripper clips in a side-mounted hopper system. So any rifleman can instantly grab that light machine gun and put that bad boy right back into action. It's called the Type 11. Definitely watch a video on it. It is super cool. Very unique, very weird. But with the idea of the modularity of using it with Type 38 equipped riflemen and using the same caliber and stripper clip is a really cool idea as far as logistics. One of the other things is people give the Japanese heavy machine gun, the woodpecker, the old Hotchkiss, they give it a lot of shit because it fired very slowly, like it fired slower than a grease gun, you know, like rat tat tat tat, very low rate of fire, and it fed from 30 round massive not even belt fed, it was more like clip fed. These were like massive 30 round clips. You know, it's almost, you know what, strip is a better word. Yeah, not even clip, more of a strip. So it was not belt fed, it was strip fed with 30 round strips. But the cool thing about the heavy machine gun, and it could just be me with my own bias saying things are cool when it's really a weakness, is it was air cooled and it fired slow and it fed from 30 round strips, so it never overheated. You know, proper gunner discipline. You know, not like on a Ma Deuce or on like a the M19 1930 cal. You know, with these woodpeckers, as long as there was some asshole loading ammo on the side, those things could fire all day, and they didn't have to be water cooled. Unlike the Vickers. Vickers is great, but it had to be water cooled. Woodpecker could just go all day. It had slow rate of fire, air cooled with those ridges and the coils, and with the feeding mechanism, it was designed to just be fired as fast as someone could load it, you know, and not overheat. It's kind of cool for constant fire. Yeah, it's funny how if you look back at the original, Belgian Fabrique Nationale made mini-me's, or here in the States we call them, the M249 squad automatic weapon or automatic rifle. Of course, it was belt-fed, and you had assault packs. You had little 100-round bags, where you had the big old 200-round assault packs that were oddly shaped, and you hoped whoever broke them down loaded them correctly. But supposedly they could also be fed from standard NATO 30-round 5.56 magazines that you'd same thing you use in your M16 and M4. That never worked from my experience, and you had to be careful that the plastic follower wouldn't get into the gun and melt and jam up the whole bolt and mechanism. But it's a funny way of thinking that, going all the way back to the Type 11, that it had a feeding mechanism that accepted the standard ammo carrier of the average rifleman. Very interesting. Or I'm a nerd. One of the two. Could be both. Alright, not bad, not bad. Just shy of 3 hours, and we got all the skin painted, and we got the tabby boots painted. Now just go back and finish the, what I call the pig iron, or the black parts of the rifle and some of the other gear. Yeah, I remember when I first came back to the States from being assigned to Europe under NATO for a while. I was in Europe for a long time. When I first came back, Mosin Nagants were super cheap stateside. I'm talking, you could get and you could pick which one you wanted out of the crate. You could get a Mosin Nagant and like a Spam can for like $250 out the door with a free cleaning kit, I should have gotten one. I really should have. Huge regret. I have enough firearms for self-defense, so I think I'm definitely interested in getting a historical battlefield bolt-action rifle. Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Thanatos, I'm not sure. Have you seen Godzilla -1? I know that kind of topic kind of comes up a little bit. But and again, I don't know much about Japanese culture, but Japanese culture has definitely changed since the peace treaty with the U.S. So I think a lot of the people who would think like that don't really say it out loud, and I think that generation unfortunately has passed on. So I think modern day people are just happy that there's peace, in that part of the world. I don't know. Japan is getting a little bit more militaristic, only because China is rapidly expanding. And so that may come to a boiling here soon. Not to get into current politics on a painting stream, but I think the old, very militaristic Japan culture is slowly coming back, unfortunately out of necessity. So we shall see. We shall see. It's a good question. Yeah, that makes sense. For the Mauser, yeah, an extended trigger well for gloves. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, I could go for a good historical bolt action rifle. Who knows? Maybe I'll get an air socket. I can find one for a decent price. It'd be kind of cool. It's just reloading. Reloading is such a pain. Those tapered rifle rounds and those very niche calibers, it can be a huge pain in the ass. I reload 45 long Colt and 12 gauge and 20 gauge, but you usually don't mess with reloading rifle rounds only because you have to like taper the cartridges and it's a lot of trimming and a lot of extra mess. Straight wall cartridges and shot shells are easy. I think one of my dream guns would be a. I think it's popular because of video games now. Looking at you, Battlefield 1. But I think in 1895, what old Teddy Roosevelt called his medicine, big medicine or medicine stick. So the 1895 lever action rifle, that would be cool. Those are the ones that Winchester made for the Russian army. They had the fixed magazine, so you could just feed it with stripper clips. You know, and it was a lever action rifle chambered in, what is that? What is a Mosin Nagant chambered in? 7x54R, I want to say. Yeah, it's chambered in that big ass round. I don't think going back to their old roots, I think they're just going to protect what they have now. You know, so I think, you know, you take the peaceful culture they are now, and I think they're just going to add, like, just enough self-protection, you know? Yeah, I still think that's probably one of the better first-person shooter games. It's funny because I think it dropped the same time as Titanfall 2 did, and they're both just absolutely phenomenal for, like, fun multiplayer games. That's not necessarily, like, super sweaty PvP. Actually, you know what? I know what it is. Those were some of the last two multiplayer games before not arena shooters, but battle royales got super hot. That's right before PUBG and Fortnite went bonkers. So, yeah, Battlefield 1 and Titanfall 2 are absolutely amazing. Oh, see? Look, that's two people. Thanatos, there's where it is. That's what we gotta do for our stream for the next meet up with the boys for like a, holy shit, it's almost 10 years old. Ah, jeez. But no, for our next meetup, we gotta stream some BF1. That's what we should stream during some of our podcasts, dude. Stream BF1. I mean, I personally want to drop some flechette bombs or flechette bombs on you guys from a fighter. You know, so I think it's a great idea. Yeah, dude, bring it. We'll bring it up to the group. You know, that's what we should stream. Some Battlefield 1. Oh yeah, that's groovy. Cause that hits with the whole, you know, Warhammer 40k Imperial Guard kind of vibe too. I think anyone who likes the Imperial Guard would like watching some Battlefield 1. And it kind of hits with the bolt action crew, so yeah, dude, let's do that. Let's do some serious BF1, man. Yeah, it's not 10 years. You got no way. It can't be 10 years old. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, same thing, Matthew. So what I loved is I loved being a sniper, but not an actual like designated marksman. I liked being a spotter. So, you know, hiding behind my my sniper screen and using my my periscope and just keeping everything possible spotted and just spotting as much as I possibly could. I only busted out my rifle when I had to engage another sniper or a crude weapon. The other thing is I loved running around recon. I'd take the cut down lever action, so it'd be like a cowboy carbine, and the flare pistol. Don't toy with my emotions, Thanatos. I'm totally down. Buddy, no, it's happening. So it has been declared. It is happening. We are doing some Battlefield 1. There's your title right there, too. You know, for the next Minestrone Break Room. The boys do Battlefield 1. Just the boys. Oh my god, dude, I'm there. I am 100% there. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're doing the shit. It's happening. It's happening. I loved Okay. I love the way Battlefield 5 looked. I didn't like what they did with the story, so I didn't do the campaign. I thought it was weird how you could... I thought they added way too many high-tech sights for World War II. That bugged me. Like, everybody had some type of holographic sight for World War II, and that pissed me off to no end. I tried to embrace this Conflict 47, and it still pissed me off. But I would also play Battlefield 5. It was just a little too... the difficulty curve was just a little too much. You know, good people who had leveled up planes would just rocket you from like 8 miles away. It was a little rough. But Battlefield 1, oh, I'm there all day. As soon as I finish the stream in an hour. Yeah, as soon as the stream ends in about an hour, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and download Battlefield 1 in the background. That sounds phenomenal. Yeah. I know there's a whole group of games. There's like one for I remember playing Verdun when it was in early access on Steam, but there's like Verdun, there's like Inizio, which is the Italian version, or the Italian theater. So I know there's that. There's like a whole group of those games like that. They're not bad. I think they're in between Hell Let Loose and Battlefield. I like Hell Let Loose. Donatos, I know you play Hell Let Loose. Hell Let Loose is good when you have a lot of people and you actually have comms and a group of people who do what they're supposed to. It's fun. But with randos, even with a mic, Hell Let Loose can be rough. That's why personally I stick with Enlisted. Enlisted's usually my go-to. Not super accurate, but a lot of fun. But I'm with you. Some more World War I games would be phenomenal. So the cool thing about batch painting is the more you do, and once you get down to like the smaller details, like right now I'm just doing I did all the black tabby boots, now I'm just doing the black on the weapons, it's real small. Like I've already moved through 2 or 3 models. It starts getting, it's like a reverse iceberg or a reverse pyramid when you're doing batch painting. You know, you pick some of the bigger things, you know, I started with like leather and then some of the other stuff. And so as you get more and more and more into it, it actually gets easier and easier and easier. That's the way I recommend doing it. You know, when you have a model like this, you know, you got to take a look at what colors. Okay, you know his putties and his canvas gear is going to be green. You know, for leather gear, he has this, you know, his cross bandolier and his ammo pouches and possibly his boots. You know, he's got a brown on his rifle. So you want to do the bigger colors and the majority of the colors first, and then just as you keep going through these, you know, 5 models at a time, keep going to smaller and smaller details and smaller colors. That way, you know, you're basically just like, hey, pick one guy up, paint 3 small things black, and move on to the next guy. It goes faster and faster, and again, it's good for your mental health, I think, when you're trying to do batch paintings. Hey, you probably killed me, Thanatos. No, so I had a lot of fun as a armored recon specialist. That was where I had fun in the tanks, and I had fun in the armored recon. So either armored recon or, in most games, I love being a medic. Being a medic in Hell Let Loose is a lot of fun. But armored recon was actually a lot of fun too. I never did the artillery, I never did the commander. Oh yeah, I actually played a shit ton of I played a little bit of Holdfast, but I played a lot of Mountain Blade Napoleonic Tactics, or Napoleonic Warfare, back when that DLC was popular for Mountain Blade Warband, the second Mountain Blade. I played a lot of that. I got really damn good with those cannons. It felt really cool to do like a cannon duel, you know, with those smooth bore cannons with smooth sights. I mean, you really had to figure stuff out. It was a lot of fun. I should try more Holdfast. Nah, as a medic, you know, I'd always just go prone until someone got hit and I needed. Then I, you know, kind of threw smoke and sprinted through cover to try and, you know, patch them up. And I always just tried to cover the rear. As a medic, I always just try to like take cover and just watch our six, that we know what kind of snuck up on us. But yeah, I remember those guys running around with those LMGs just lighting stuff up. I'm like, oh man, it's just so hard to see anything in Hell Let Loose. You have to have a really good TV or be really close to the screen. I sleep when the coffee runs out, old brother. How you doing, man? I see you breaking it weird. How's it going? Fortunately, no Weird War armies being painted today. I got invited to an event next week, and it's just regular World War II bolt action. So I had to bust out, build a shit ton of more riflemen, you know. So all my weird werewolves and mummies and stuff like. Right now, I was working on an Egyptian themed Cult of Imhotep, so it had like mummies and tanks with like Egyptian hieroglyphics on it and stuff. That's on the shelf right now. I gotta crank out some regular Japanese riflemen. But I mean, yeah, I'd play Hell Let Loose with you. More importantly, yeah, I'd definitely want to get the boys all together and play some Battlefield 1. I can't tell you how down for that I am. That's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be great. A lot of good footage to use too. Yeah, I may have to look into that. I keep hearing great things about Dust. You know, just cool designs. And since Clockwork Goblin Games got bought by Warlord Games, and they own Conflict 47, I just feel like there's like a massive lack of availability for Conflict 47 models, and it's kind of driving up the price too. So I'm starting to see a lot more people popping in Dust models or 3D printed models or stuff like that, which I'm totally cool with. I used D&D mummy models to make a shit ton of mummies to count as zombies. So, you know, I got no problem with it. As long as it's all in the same, as long as I'm just a kind of a scale guy, as long as the scale's good and it's got WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I think the days of picking up items for cheap, especially on Amazon, are over, so I'm kind of glad I stockpiled. I got a lot of Comic 47 models from different nations, so I'm pretty glad with that. But, the kind of good side is it kind of leans more towards custom models, 3D printed, and kit bashing. Like a good example, I know, I think they're called North Star. North Star Figures makes a whole line of Rocketeer models to use for Firefly infantry, which is pretty cool. So it's one of those things. Warlord Games is a lot more chill than GW. They don't give a shit. But they can't be upset when you're using proxy models and they don't have the models produced themselves. Oh, I actually do have a 3D printer. I just use it more for terrain. I have so little free time. You know, I do a lot of it streaming and building and painting. I just don't have the time to print. So I have a 3D printer, but I really just use it for terrain mostly. But I do love North Star Figures. Their pulp line. Their pulp line is absolutely amazing. I highly recommend that to anybody. When I say time to print, I know it doesn't take much time to print, but you know, to like calibrate it, to get it right, all that other kind of stuff. Time isn't the right term. I apologize. I don't have the patience to 3D print, if that makes sense. Time is not the right term. It's kind of me just using an excuse word. I don't have the patience to dial in 3D printing and stuff like that, and worry about scale and all that other kind of stuff. I appreciate the people who do, but it just ain't me. If that makes sense. That's why I use my 3D printer for just quick, easy terrain. You know, like check hedgehogs or like ruined buildings, you know, hilltops, stuff like that. That's because it doesn't really matter what resin I use. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So that's 3D printing on the easy for me. I'm a very lazy wargamer, if that makes sense. Artisan Designs. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I'll see what they got. I'm always perusing Etsy and stuff like that, looking for cool 3D printed stuff. But hey, brother, I'm glad you popped in on the stream. I know it's in a couple of years. I have about, I'll be streaming until about 06 today, Eastern time. I usually stream from 02 to 04. Kind of weird hours. That's why it's called Too Late Tonight with Tiki. You know, for some people it's super late at night. Some people it's early in the morning. It's just kind of a good time for me because I work weird hours with my job. But I'm in a rush to get these models done because I have that event next week. So I'm kind of painting 4 hours every night. So yeah, I'll be painting and streaming until 6. Trying to get more and more of these guys done. Yeah, I might be headed back to the homeland. I might be headed back to Tejas here in a couple of months. Probably around the Houston area. But yeah, that may be in the cards. May have to make that long drive back over to Texas. Oh, sweet lord, is that a long drive down the long 10? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So once I finish these guys, it'll be about 55. So for the list I'm running, it's 55 veteran riflemen, and that's just the riflemen. It's got a light mortar, medium tank, tankette, and a truck. But it's just it's not like a massive swarm of Japanese, but it's more like a large group of veteran Japanese. It's just gonna be hard to kill. Oh hell yeah, man. Oh yeah, I haven't had an ice cold Shiner and some Texas barbecue in way too long. I'm totally down, brother. We'll do like a stream together, and you can run me through one of your Dust board games. That sounds awesome. We'll definitely make a thing of it, man. 100%. So speaking of weird World War II, have you seen Godzilla -1? You know, because it happens right at the tail end of World War II, so you still see a lot of, World War II era American and Japanese military equipment, and obviously a giant, kaiju. How do you feel about that kind of going into the world of weird World War II style movies? It's kind of curious your opinion on that one. Yeah, I think that's a tabletop game I'd like to see. Kind of like a maybe not AI controlled, but with like preset rules and stuff like that. I've seen that work with certain games, like Modifius has that. But yeah, no, you already beat me right to it with the 10mm. Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to see something like 10 or 15mm scale, World War II stuff versus kaiju, and have the kaiju on kind of set rules, so it's kind of like players versus a giant kaiju. But yeah, you beat me right to it, man. Nice. Similar minds. Alright, they're coming together slowly. So once I finish the black on the rifles, then it's just the basing. And while that first coating of the basing, again, this is what the basing kind of looks like. You can see one of the green units. Yeah, once that first coat of basing is drying, so it takes 2 coats of that base paint that I use, I'll go through and just neaten up some of the details, like finish the canteens, the brass trumpet, shit like that. Clean up all the mistakes I made. And then slap on the second coat of basing, and then once that dries, slap on the little grass tufts. And that'll be another 15 riflemen done. Which will just leave me 13 riflemen, 3 rifle NCOs, and 3 lunch mines. Oh hell no. No. I am not that good. No, these are what we call 3-foot pretty, you know? So that's what these guys are. These are okay looking from 3 feet away. I don't paint that serious detail. I see your smiley face, so I know you're kidding. And also, what's weird is the Japanese, the Japanese IJA, their uniform looks so similar to the Soviets. From the green helmets to the khaki uniforms to the red rank tabs on their collars. So that's one of the many reasons why I tell myself I don't do the rank tabs, because then they just look like really short Soviets. What I do use to distinguish them from Soviets is I do put like a little yellow or gold dot on the front of their helmets to kind of like make it look like the stars from far away. One thing I'm excited about, speaking of winter kit Japanese, is I'm excited after this to paint my SNILF, my Special Naval Landing Force. So I'm deciding whether I'm going to do them in like a green uniform, or if I'm going to go full Conflict 47, you know, alternate history, and give them like their blue uniforms, so like blue pants, like beige tops, and blue hats, or steel helmets, you know, steel colored helmets. That'll be fun to do something completely different. Yeah, I always tell people I like the hobby. I like wargaming. I like playing on the tabletop. I don't mind painting models. I love building models, but I'm not good. I'm not particularly good at the tabletop. You know, tactical wargaming. I mean, I'm all right, but yeah, you know, I'm not really a competitive guy, and I'm not very good at painting. I just kind of do enough to get by and enjoy the hobby. So it's one of those things. People are like, "Oh, have you ever won a tournament?" I was like, "No, never won a tournament." I'm just here for a good time, not a long time kind of thing, you know? So same thing, it's like, oh, are you gonna get better at painting? I'm like, probably not. I'm just painting just getting them ready for the tabletop is all. No, I haven't seen those Chinese ones. Those are pretty cool. I mean, that sounds cool. Yeah, the Chinese can be a weird unit because you have a lot of like early German equipment, you know, but with like American and Russian weapons. Yeah, the Chinese can be an absolutely blast of a faction to kit bash and build and paint. You can see a lot of cool stuff, and of course a shit ton of stolen Japanese weapons and gear. So yeah, I imagine building Chinese is probably a lot of fun. You have Soviet, Japanese, American, and early German stuff. Yeah, I do a little more than just the three color minimum. I just try and get enough to make all the different pieces of gear on the models pop. So my big thing, I guess my my niche in mini wargaming, as it were, is I like, you know, kit bashing or equipping my models. I like my models to tell a story, not through my painting, but a good example is by the gear they wear. You know, for example, I told the story I think last stream. You know, I was a machine gunner for a couple of years in the military. It's one of my first roles. And something we always notice is, as a machine gunner, your weapon's generally in place on the vehicle, or it's fixed and you have a firing card or stuff like that. And then they're also heavy as sin. So as a machine gunner, you were the second person on the arming list for priority to receive a pistol. You know, generally pistols went to, you know, our officer or our senior NCO. Then it went to the machine gunner, and then it went to like drivers and people in control centers and stuff like that. So as a machine gunner, I always feel like it's important to have a pistol, you know, in case something goes wrong. You know, machine gun jams, you get a runaway gun, it's stuck up on the truck. You know, you can actually, if someone comes up to you, you can pull your pistol and go to work. So for that reason, every machine gunner I build, regardless if you can have it in the rules or not, I always put a pistol or a holster on my machine gunners. You know, same things for like veterans. I give them non-standard equipment, extra ammo pouches, you know, stuff like that. It's weird things like that. It's like that little bit of kit bashing to kind of make models realistic based off like life experience in the military, and like kind of kit bashing to tell stories. That's more my niche with models, more so than like quality painting or anything like that. So I know some people are really good in the painting and they like blend and do all this cool stuff, and I can appreciate it. Me, I just try and have a lot of fun kit bashing. Speed paint's not bad. I do use a lot of contrast paints. Like one of the best ones to get into, if you do get a speed paint or a contrast paint, is snakebite leather. This stuff's awesome. So when you're painting, it's kind of just paint watered down, like paint pre-watered down with wash. So when you're working on like leather boots or leather holsters, this stuff goes on and almost kind of makes it look and feel like just aged leather, kind of like rubbed with saddle soap, you know? So you get, and the more darker you want, you can just put more and more feels on it. You can put more and more layers of that snakebite leather to kind of get more of a worn look to that leather. But the way it works on boots and creases, it really just gets down in there like a wash. Yeah, that snakebite leather contrast, that's definitely a good first speed paint or contrast paint to get into. I like the look of it. And I also like people modeling things differently. Like a great example, I was looking at someone's bolt action, and they had a sniper team. And we've all seen, you know, sniper teams. Generally, one guy has a rifle with some glass on it, and the other guy generally has like some binoculars or something else. It was Soviets. I'll never forget. It was a Soviet sniper team, and it was hilarious. The spotter for the sniper, I think he built it with a toothpick. He used a toothpick and a spare helmet from a sprue. And basically what it was the spotter was holding up what looked like a wooden stake with a, a Russian helmet on it. Funniest shit I've ever seen in a model. And it was so quick and easy to make, you know, and it just instantly made it pop on the tabletop. Every time you saw it, you kind of laughed. Like it's not the same, but you can see my mortar team here. So to note my heavy weapon guys, to make them stand out, I put a little bit of grass on their helmets to make them blend in. And then for my mortar guys, to make them real easy to find, I just use a quick little piece of Q-tip, and I just kind of glue it to the top of the mortar so it looks like a little poof of smoke, you know. I feel like it's like the small kit bashing or the small hobbing that it's not stuff you buy, you know. It's the kind of stuff you find, almost like trash bashing. That kind of stuff you find around the house. You can kind of make some cool stuff. Like, I don't like building models exactly how they appear on the box. Maybe that's why I'm not a big historical wargamer. Why I lean more Conflict 47 and less bolt action. But, I'm not a big guy where I see what they look like on the box, I get them out of the box, I build them per the box, and I paint them per the box. That doesn't really excite me that much. It excites some people, and that's totally understandable. I get it. That's just not really my thing. So I think that's why I lean more towards like either the Weird War or the Conflict. I don't like it. I only use it when it makes sense. Like a good example, my AGs, so my machine gunners are crouched, but my AGs I'll have laying down. Generally because they're carrying so much ammo, they're carrying like a whole bunch of extra bags of ammo. It's not bad, just a few times I've done prone minis, I've actually almost lost them, you know, because they kind of blend in. So, yeah, like I said, so to answer your question, I think when it makes sense to the model, it's okay. But I prefer to do them all crouched or standing. All the Japanese are crouched or moving. They're actually kind of a pain in the ass to paint. And another good point is, I'm not a fan of modeling for advantage, but if you make models prone unnecessarily, it's almost like you're modeling for disadvantage. I'm not a wacko, a win at all costs kind of player, but you know, when you only have so much room inside of a building and the guy is laying down and taking up more room than two guys standing up, it's kind of like counterintuitive to going prone. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. But it's weird to have models modeled prone when going prone is an actual action in the game. You know, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I've seen some people get mad at Japanese players for bolt action because they went the Singapore route. So they paid the 5 points extra per rifleman, and they gave them bicycles. But they didn't model them as such. And so someone showed up, you know, with I think it was 2 squads of Japanese riflemen, 10-man rifle teams, and they all had he paid the extra points. He paid the 100 points to give each 10-man of those 2 squads bicycles. And so he just straight up booked it down the road on that map. I'm talking, he was gone. And the guy was upset. He's like, well, I didn't know they had bicycles. He's like, well, I pointed out that these guys are equipped with bicycles, you know, and it's on the list. He's like, we're supposed to do WYSIWYG. He's like, where am I supposed to get 28mm bicycles? He's like, well, they sell, you know, infantry, Japanese infantry with bike models. But they sell them in like groups of 2 or 3, and they're crazy expensive and they're metal. I'm like, what is he supposed to do? And same thing, it's like a long, it's almost like on the prone base. So is he supposed to use the models for when the Japanese are on the bicycle, and then when they get off the bicycle, swap the models out with the regular models? That's insane. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Like, I'm a huge WYSIWYG guy, but I think even that's unnecessary. You know, it's like if you equip your soldiers, if you pay the points to equip your soldiers with anti-tank grenades, you don't actually have to put, like, it's one of those things. Okay, great example. If you have a Panzerfaust or a machine gun, I expect to see a Panzerfaust or a machine gun on a model. If you have a bazooka, I expect to see a bazooka. I think that's fair. If you have a sniper, I want to see some type of scope on the rifle. You can't have a guy with a pistol and call him a sniper. You know, even I'm like, that's kind of shitty, right? But anti-tank grenades, these guys have squads and pouches or something on them, you know? But I'm also a huge fan. I think you're saying, yeah, at least one guy should have a single bike. That's a good compromise. That's a very good middle way of doing it. Me personally, this is why I always bring my books. And I paper print my army list. Because you can't argue with that. I'm like, look, buddy, I showed you that these guys have this thing. You know, I had that issue with one of my machine gunners. Because he was crouched and not laying down. He's like, well, I can't tell he's a machine gunner. My Japanese machine gunner happened to have a bayonet on his machine gun, and he was crouched. So he's like, yeah, that looks like a rifleman. I was like, well, I'm sorry. You know, I pointed the model out. You know, I showed you my army list. So, I don't know. I think it's like a bug. I love WYSIWYG as much as the next guy, but I think some people really get a bugbear with it. I think if you print out your army list, you can never go wrong. Same thing with a tank barrel. Like if someone's taking a Sherman's a great example. Someone brings a Sherman, and they're like, "Hey, this is actually a 76 Sherman, not like the regular Sherman," you know. And I'm like, "Okay, is it on your army list, like your paper army list?" He's like, "Yeah." I don't care if the model actually has the extended barrel or not, you know, that's fine. As long as it's written down, as long as there's not, if there's 3 tanks and like one of them's a 76 and the 2 other are regular and they all look the same, then yeah, you have to do something to make the one model stand out. But if it's just one tank and you just don't have the extra barrel extension, but you have it written down, I don't care that much. The bike wouldn't really chat me because they dispose their bike. Once they get off their bikes, they can't get back on again. You know, that's the rule. Like they start on their bikes, and as soon as they get off their bikes, they can't go back on their bicycles. So I'm like, this is weird. You know, only because the bicycle models they sell have those long ass bases. I was like, that's just kind of weird for infantry. But what you said is a good point. Like model a bicycle on at least like the sergeant. That's a good idea. But see, yeah, I said that's a normal approach to a normal idea. You know, it's not something crazy. I appreciate everyone in the chat. You know, it's been awesome. You guys have made this 4 hours kind of fly by. I've been getting a lot of painting done. Lord knows I needed to get these guys ready. Yeah, this 1250 point list hit me pretty fast. You had a week to get all these guys ready, and it's plenty of Conflict 47 stuff. You know, I could bring zombies and everything else, but you know, just plain riflemen. I was like, especially just riflemen. I had plenty of NCOs and stuff like that with SMGs, but I'm like, ooh man, let me get in there with some riflemen. It's funny, we were just talking about that, about Warhammer 40k and the Gene Stealer cult. So I'm thinking about making some Japanese flavored Gene Stealer cult, making them, you know, Ani style. Yeah, I found a cool bits box by Warlord Games. They have a pike and shot, and it's 28 millimeters. And it's feudal Japan, so it has a whole bunch of great Warlord Games 28 millimeter perfect scale Japanese bits for your Japanese infantry. Because this kit gets old quick. I mean, I'm sure you've seen this kit. It's a great kit. It really is. You can build 30 Japanese riflemen, everything from katanas, machine guns, and knee mortars, all the shit you need, right? But the kit in the poses get old after you've built. I'm sure you know if you build about 100 of the guys, it gets old. So these you know, samurai bits, oh god, they're awesome. It kind of gives it like a Red Alert 3 kind of feel to it, you know, with the armor and the flags on the back. It's pretty neat. I highly recommend it. I mean, not specifically. I'm building them. That's my snilf army. I'm building them as paratroopers. So I'm not doing the weird football helmets or the weird conical shape helmets. I'm giving them more kind of like these soft cover caps, but I'm gonna paint them blue. I'm gonna have blue pants, blue caps, and kind of like beige tops. But what's kind of neat is I'm trying to give them almost like a life jacket kind of feel to the tops. I want to try and make them. I'm trying to find something for like the show like life jackets on top. But I'm doing that, and I'm also doing Kempotai and stuff like that. So it's gonna be like civilian clothes, kind of using like French partisan models, but just putting like Japanese armbands on the side, you know, and putting on like Japanese helmets. So the cool thing with my Japanese paratroopers, so the neat thing about the SNILF, the Japanese Navy versus the Japanese Army is the Navy was a lot more prone and a lot more in favor of other countries' weapons. You know, they didn't have that same type of bias and pride that the Army did. So the Navy would just steal shit left and right. So for my Japanese naval forces, their Hoha half-track is actually going to be an American M3 half-track. From the Marine Corps, and they're just gonna paint it, you know, gray, and it's gonna have like a giant rising sun on either side, you know. So they're kind of more ostentatious than they would be historically, but it's from my Conflict 47. Yeah, we were just talking about Japanese paratroopers and about the Type 100 rifle, the breakdown bolt action rifle. We were talking about that, I think, maybe about like an hour ago. Interesting historical stuff. Yeah, that's about what we were talking about. I was talking about my favorite Japanese firearm, the Type 11 light machine gun. I won't go into that whole like hour-long spiel again. At least not this stream. But you know, it's a side hopper fed, and it fed from the same stripper clips that the Type 38 rifle did. Very unique design because it was designed, you know, independent of influence from the Western countries. You know, everyone was making machine guns at the time, but you know, during World War I, all the Western countries saw each other's machine guns like, oh, that's a good idea. Let me steal that idea from your weapon design. Japanese didn't have shit, but like, oh, we'll figure it out ourselves. And so they came up with the Type 11. Very weird design machine gun, but a lot of cool ideas to it. And very, Very unique. That's the one thing I say about Japanese firearms. Some were effective, some were cool, some were not, but they were all very unique. So another cool detail with this army, you're like, how can you tell the officers apart from the enlisted NCOs, because they all wearing that kind of soft cap. So I might make another officer and give him like a legit full-on samurai helmet. But one of the easiest ways for me to tell anyway, so the officer actually has his katana out and he's charging. The NCOs, you know, I either give him the SMG in his arms or I put the rifle on his back. But NCOs were issued a shinkanto. So shinkanto, I forget my pronunciation, they are quote-unquote katanas, but they are factory made. These are made in a factory and issued like any other piece of army equipment, like a weapon or something like that. Where a lot of times the officers, you know, you can tell his scabbard and his sword even looks different. So, you know, scabbard's black with silver. You can see the red on the hilt of his handle of his katana. You know, it's extremely different from the Shiganto katana that were issued to non-commissioned officers. These generally had OD green scabbards, you know, very, very bare minimum as far as niceties. They were still very effective. I mean, these were steel blades, very effective, but they didn't have the artistry that these passed down family generation katanas are that the officers had. So at least for my army, and for most historically, that's a great way to tell the officer apart from the enlisted. Not just the uniforms and the rank tabs, but you actually tell just by their katanas that they wear. NCOs have the shigantos, the machine-made or factory-made issue katanas. Also, my officer has a khaki cap, where my enlisted guys have a green cap. But, you know, that's another thing. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you for joining me. We're kind of up on the tail end of the stream. I appreciate everyone who watched, stuck around, talked in the chat. I definitely made the time go by. We got a lot of painting done. We absolutely took a bite out of these 15 Rifleman squad. Like I said, after this I just have really one more and I'll be ready for next weekend, which is absolutely insane because a couple days ago I was down 40 models and in just 2 days I've already bounced up to where I have to build about 19 models and finish painting these 15 and I'll be there. So these streams are awesome. That's why I do them. It kind of helps me slay the gray. It's also fun to chat with you guys. It's always fun to kind of talk about Conflict 47, the lore, bolt action, Weird War, different types of genres out there, different game types, you know, movies. We talk about everything in these streams, and it's always a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys joining. The whole point of Too Late Tonight with Tiki is it's kind of like the old school Toonami. If you happen to be up way too late at night or way too early in the morning, in some cases, you know, this stream will be here for you on the weekends, Saturday morning and Sunday morning. So you can pop in, you know, just drop a couple words, pop back out again. No worries, no roll call, just super mad chill, you know, just painting minis and just talking about fun stuff. It means a lot to me when you guys do show up, though. It's actually pretty cool. I'm back on the YouTube game. I took a trip this last summer, sailed around, got some sea days under my belt, did some cool stuff. But now I'm back with my computer, so I can work on some stuff. So pay attention on Wednesdays. Videos should drop. Every now and then I'll drop a lore video, or it'll be a unit review video, depending on how much time I have during the weekend. But one of the newer projects you'll see at the end of the stream, just like yesterday's stream, is I actually got an AI program to help me write a song specifically for my Colt 47 army. You know, my Tiki terrors. So the outro for this stream is actually a custom song about my faction. So it's actually pretty funny. It's very, very on brand, very Tiki. So it's kind of humorous. It's been fun. It's been a bumpy ride. I say bumpy just like building and painting all these guys. Let me try and brush some more in view for you guys can see some of the other riflemen. So push these guys over here a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Here's a bunch of other guys. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So here's some more riflemen. Like I said, there is just an absolute pretty big amount of riflemen over here on the table. So as you can tell, yeah, I got a lot of other ones. Adding these guys to the pile, it's been a blast. Just know you've been on with the whole stream, man. I appreciate it as always, brother. I'm looking forward to playing some Battlefield 1 with the boys. That's gonna be a damn good time and a damn good stream. But other than that, man, if you guys are if you're headed off to bed, man, I hope you sleep well. I truly do. You know, if you're heading to work, you know, have a good day at work. I hope you're able to relax because you certainly deserve it. But some of the biggest things out there, because I know you guys all do different things, but just stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today because you're on Tiki time. And I'll see y'all next week.
Soldiers don't understand. Type 38 rifles in hand. Hula gals with sunburned smiles. No war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights. Shadows dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood. Paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes. Tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands. Just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope. Coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun. Warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise. Praying for forgotten days. Sock in the campfire glow. Life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes. Tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands. Just surf and play with tired hands. And hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands. Just surf and play with tired hands.